Greetings, mortals, and welcome back to me forgetting to turn off Spotify. Let's go.
Let's see. I don't know. There's been changes that have gone on with the way that Twitch uploads the VODs. I'm going to have to take a look and see if there's been major changes. I thought that the only change was that it now defaults to making them public instead of private, which is a nuisance, but it's just a UI thing where I have to do an extra click. Because I prefer to, like, not have them go live until... Oh, actually, that might be it. You should check the thing again and see if those VODs are at the normal resolution now, because part of the reason that I upload it to private first is that while the video is still processing HD, it will still make the video appear. So the video will at first appear at a lower quality and then appear at a higher quality. And if it defaults to public, which the last two videos I just forgot to click on the thing to make it private because I didn't used to have to, it defaulted to private. But so I would check the thing again and see if it's doing that. But yes, also thank you for mentioning that I need to link it on Discord, because I was 100% going to forget that. I was 100% going to forget that. Okay, give me 1 second. We will throw this over here. I don't know what we're doing, so we went with curing contagions because that seems like a thing that's likely to happen. Give me 1 moment to make a couple of clickety-clacks that need to be clicked. Which is this. Okay, so when last we left off, we were murdering things, probably? Had we just finished something? I don't know what we were doing when last we left. When last we left off, something was happening. Who knows what? Unclear. Hey, Malkuth. And live forever and ever. Let's see here. Let's go with... It should be right here. It's right here. Okay. Huh. Yeah, I'll have to take a look then. Because it has been changed. Something's changed. And I'll just have to figure out if that has included a change to the way that it handles the resolution. I noticed that there was a UI difference, but we'll see if there's more than just a UI difference. Because Twitch has been complaining about the fact that people are using up too much of their bandwidth or something, which I didn't think was going to have any impact on me because I don't use a lot of their bandwidth. I don't have a lot of like clips and highlights and things like that. So... bandwidth is the wrong word. It's hard drive space, but that's beside the point. But we'll see. So, Lich Stitch, we were in Castle Iron Fist, and we had not quite... Yes, we needed to finish up in Castle Iron Fist, and then we head back to Might and Magic 8, where we're going to be going and curing disease, actually. Like, basically immediately. So, properly named stream? Question mark? Actually? Imagine. We're also 50% done with the enemies here. Which is a little shocking, honestly. Yeah, probably not that many cunning calculations going on today, honestly. We're going to be going full... boring mode today. That's probably not true. I'm sure it'll be very interesting. I don't know that we have anything that we need to calculate today, though. In Might and Magic 8, we're not curing our condition, but we are curing the condition of the... what is it? What did I name this thing? I don't remember. But we're going to be curing the disease of the Islanders. So, we're not curing any of our characters. No. Yeah. Yeah, we're curing up... Okay, just confirming that I did, in fact, get everything installed correctly yesterday. Okay. Did you just jump past me? That's very rude. Alright. I'm not going to climb up this. I might be should, actually. We should probably deal with the ones in the middle here before we start working on the bosses that are going to be over here. There's not that many enemies in this little alcove, but there's some number of them. Okay, we got a bow. Okay, we have a boss here. Yeah, I'd like to be able to save, so let's jump up here. I mod the models to swap the townspeople models with the peasant models, because I think that it works better. The original, like... So basically, my theory with Might and Magic 6 is that the original purpose of those models was to be used as basically just other peasants. Like, there would be multiple different types of, depending on which portion of the area that you were in, you would get different peasant models, right? They're listed as peasant in the actual files, right? If you look at the actual animation files, the animation files list them as, like, I think the first one is like it's like Middle Eastern peasant, I think is what it's supposed to reference. The cannibal model is listed as a peasant model. The Ba cultists of both Mask and Femme are both peasant models. So you'll note that there's like this weird parody where there's a Mask and Femme version of all of these models. And it's my assumption that they had originally intended to use them all as peasants. And then somebody told them, we have a limited amount of space on a disc and you want to use an enormous amount of it to make 5 sets of redundant peasant models. Are you insane? And so that got vetoed by someone who was a decision maker, but they had already built the models, so they ended up using them as enemies. That is my assumption as to why that happened. But the consequence of that is that you have this really weird, like, situation where, like, the low-level Ba cultists are all Indian, and they just look like random uncles and aunties. But the high-level Ba cultists are all white. Let's see. Well, the thing is that they're not... The reason they're categorized as peasants is because they were probably originally designed to be peasant models, right? And they just never renamed the files, right? They were specifically not meant to be enemies when they were created. That's why they have such weird and dumb, like, attack patterns, right? Like, look at the, like, attacks coming out of, like, the Indian auntie, and it's like, this doesn't feel like... Like, they have the same kind of attack that, like, this peasant model has, right? Where it's like, okay, I've just got some, you know, knife that I happen to have on me and I'm attacking you with it, right? That's what the assassins look like. It's like, what the hell are you doing? So, anyway, so I decided at some point that between the absolute cringe of the cannibal model and the just sort of like kind of weird vibe of the Ba cultists. Again, when you pair the fact that like all of the high level members of the cult are white, right? There's multiple tiers of Ba cultists, and the higher tier ones are all white. I decided to just standardize them all to being white, and move the sort of like Middle Eastern peasant model, which is they're like Indian uncles and aunties. I think the uncles are clearly like Sikhs. And because you'll also note that there's a lot of diversity in the actual townspeople. Like if you look at the pictures that you see when you talk to people, the pictures are very diverse, which makes it weird that all the towns have exclusively Angmo. So it would, to me, I think that that was the original intention, and like it was a relatively easy fix for me to do. So I just did it, and it took me a while. I say it was a relatively easy fix. It took me a while to figure out how to do it. It annoyed me, and so I figured out how to do it. But there's already models in the game that work for it, and I decided to make that happen. But there's a lot of interesting stuff. You can get a lot of interesting insight into the way that games are developed and like the bizarre stuff that happens just by looking at the naming conventions on like the in-game files, right? There's a I'm trying to remember what their YouTube channel was. It's called like Ronnie the Witch, or they're named after one of the characters in Elden Ring, I think. Are they though? I think they are, which is weird because for some reason I thought that channel was older than Elden Ring, but presumably not. So there's a channel that I think it's called Ronnie the Witch, which is like just digging into the game files of like the Dark Souls series and like Elden Ring and Sekiro and those kinds of games, and just being like, what's up with this model? What cool information can we glean? And you can glean some interesting information off of like, oh, this model here that is mostly terrain was probably originally used as like a component of a boss fight. And specifically was this kind of like, was probably used as like a thing that you fought on top of, right? Like think almost like Shadow of the Colossus. Like that's the kind of thing. And you can glean that from like, what are the animations that are coded into this thing that aren't used in the game? And what are they called? And like, what's the naming conventions used with things like that? And I think that that's a very interesting aspect of like, I think that kind of stuff is very interesting. To just be like, what did you originally intend? That's really interesting. I never made like the class connection. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, so the Magyar are different, but yeah, you have this like, it's very interesting. Isn't it? I thought that there was something where they had a different thing. It wasn't just like. Anyway, there was some piece of code somewhere that I felt like gave the indication that the naming convention for the thingers were something else, but I could be wrong. I might be misremembering that, but yeah. But by looking at the data, you can get like just sort of interesting insight into like what's going on. There's nothing else. There's nothing that doesn't just look like a random person that's just chilling that isn't named peasant. I guess the cannibals look substantially more dangerous than the like Cutburst line and the Ba cultist line. Like to be fair, they do look more dangerous. They've got spears, right? Like they look like they are hypothetically someone who could be dangerous. But another thing to remember is that the original game didn't have guards for towns. There were no guards. So, ooh, whoops, I was not in a good position for this. All right. Oh, shit. I thought I was in a safe spot and I wasn't. There weren't any guards, so it would be very reasonable for the... Because I think that the... Is there a weapon visible on the femme cultist? Or sorry, the femme cannibal? I don't think there's a weapon visible until they draw it for their attack. But I could be wrong. They might have a knife on their hip or something. Like, it might be visible. But whereas, like, the spear is clearly visible. But you wouldn't need, like, a specific guard model for them. It might have been the animation files. I don't remember. There were, but like it's interesting, right? To have like the specific naming conventions come into play there. The other hint, by the way, of this is if you watch the ending cinematic of the game, you have a bunch of models that are used exclusively as, like, combatant enemies that you fight, which are celebrating your victory. Which is a very strange thing to do if they were originally intended to just be, like, cannibals. It's very strange to have a bunch of, like, people that you are that are explicitly hostile to you and which are explicitly trying to kill you the entire game as showing up there. That's an unusual thing to have happen at the ending cinematic. So I'm fairly confident in my interpretation of the thing. I haven't gotten confirmation from anyone who worked on the game, obviously. You know, I say obviously, but there have been developers who worked on, like, Might and Magic 9 showing up in my... when I was doing Might and Magic 9. It's not unreasonable that someone... it's not unreasonable to think that... there would be someone showing up from who developed these games at some point. You know, they're just, you know, existing and living their lives. I think you're going to kill me, aren't you? You sure are. I'm in a bad position right now. Shit, you hit me up twice. Let's see. We got it to half. We don't need to actually... It's not going to take that long to kill this thing. We just need to get it into a better position than we got it there. I guess we could try to do a dodge. I don't think it'll work. This doesn't have like a long model. This is a tall model. Walk right into the wall. There's no shot. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna pop into the building now because I have two characters that are near death. This is the strategy that I am fairly confident I can get to work. Yeah, the thing that I think, the things that I think are most relevant is that, like, this is clearly like a multiracial, like, colonial state, right? Like the like royalty are all like white, but you have a very multiracial population beneath the like aristocratic, like, conquerors. So, like, damn it, I can't believe I just got killed by this random scrub. But aside from the nobles, it's all very multiracial, right? So my expectation would be that it is meant to sort of like represent kind of like like a colonial state, not in like the like 1800s style, but more in like what the Vikings did, right? Or for that matter, what France did, right? Like if you look, ooh, no, 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 no. That's okay. I am completely boned. The person who went down there is my DPS. Let's see. It's so funny that we're getting like the actual things. Yeah, I interpreted ME to be Middle Eastern, and I interpreted NA to be Northern African. Right? That's the interpretation I have. I don't have any like particular evidence of that other than it was an easy association to make with the model. Okay, I'm actually safe here, but I'm not when I move forward to hit. And I think, okay, we're safe here? Question mark? Maybe. But bear in mind, Sikhs are also not like. Let's be clear here. I don't think that they were correctly labeled. Sikhs are not from the Middle East. Like these models do not look like they're from any region I would describe as ME. They are definitely like they're definitely Indian. But but yeah, anyway. It's a thing that I was able to do, and I did it. And the other thing is that I also get to use one of the models that wasn't used. So when we get to Bootleg Bay, we'll be able to have fun with the new and improved cannibal model that I think is much more appropriate. And I'm disappointed that they didn't use it. Look, if I was on the development team and I was told, "Hey, you have to use," look, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see. And yeah, I would not expect, a development team from the United States to have really much of an idea of like even what a Sikh is. Like, I live in Singapore, right? I am pretty familiar with like, differences between the demographics of like northern India and southern India, and I'm familiar with I had my grandmother can't tell China and Japan apart, right? The knowledge that's just sort of like ambiently exists about Asia because people have access to the internet and can just Google really basic information. didn't exist in the pre-internet era for most people. Like, you would have had to talk to someone who'd been to Asia to have any idea what Asia like demographically looks like. So it's not, it wouldn't surprise me for people to have very very little knowledge. And you know, you're doing your best, right? Like, I think that they did. If you look just at the, I should have there. Yeah, like India has a lot. Well, it's not a country, right? It's a bajillion country. It's like it's a region from which all culture springs, right? Like everyone is cheating off of India when it comes to all of their culture, right? And yes, that includes China. Okay, China's major religions came out of India. Right? Like, all culture springs from India. And it's kind of wild, because even shit that I wouldn't have expected to come out of India came out of India. It is mind-boggling, like, how the roots of civilization are so heavily tied specifically to India. Like, all the Abrahamic religions derive off of Zoroastrianism, which derives off of stuff from India. Like it's weird. It's weird that everything came out of India at some point. It's not that strange because it's a place that has like, it's kind of like one of the most populous and diverse regions on Earth, right? But it's still strange because it's like, how did everything come from here? And it's like, well, because everybody who was alive on Earth lived here for a long time. I would imagine that China was less densely populated before we developed, like, certain technologies that allowed us to survive better in more temperate climates. Like, I think that farming technology needed to advance to a certain point before the population of China really got to, like, the crazy levels that it's at now. And that was probably thousands of years ago, but it's still like that gives India a huge head start. That's me just fully like extrapolating my assumptions here, right? But that's a yeah. I would tribes is definitely not the correct word. India got feudalism before Europe did, okay? Feudalism has been around in India for a long time. It was monarchs, right? It was a bunch of, you know, little kingdoms and some larger kingdoms that, you know, if you make usage of the specific technology that the UK utilized, which is mostly like a very particular form of like political backstabbing, you get certain stuff. I don't think it would be similar to Greece at all. The nations that I think existed in India were way larger than anything in Greece, right? Like the old Greek city states and things like that were just I don't think any of the random kingdoms in India were that small. But I could be wrong. I don't know a ton about like semi-modern Indian history. I'm just not that familiar with it. But it is truly baffling to think of the massive populations that were successfully subjugated by the British. Like, the English subjugated populations that were several orders of magnitude larger than them using the using technology, because like it's easy to go like, oh well, they had modern weapons or whatever, right? But it's like that's not how they did it. It's like the 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 political technology that they utilized to do subjugation must have been so complex. The like specific strategies used to like create these like puppet states, right? To like, okay, we're going to ally with this faction with this explicit intention to backstab them later and seize control ourselves. And the ways that they manage to simultaneously keep their allies in the region their allies while undermining them is like it would be very interesting reading. It would also be incredibly enraging reading, I'm sure, but it must be incredibly interesting to read about the like dynamics of how you prevent and I guess part of it is just that like you don't have to deal with that many political actors, because in like if you're taking over a feudal nation, there's not that many people that are like the structures that oppress the peasants are already there, right? Like you already have like 90% of the population who's being oppressed. So you don't need to develop new systems to oppress them, right? That you just have to take over the aristocracy, which is a much smaller task. If you take over the aristocracy, you inherit the kingdoms, right? And then you can change them as you will because you are now in control of them. But yeah, it is kind of wild. Okay, please don't kill me. I would like to survive. I would like to not have to reload again. Okay, we're fine. Okay, we're fine. Whew. But it's super interesting. Yeah, I think that it would be interesting to do like a comparative analysis of like the different like mechanism, like the different styles of feudalism. Like I don't know if European feudalism was much different from Indian feudalism. They have to be somewhat different because Indian feudalism also contains the caste system, which is I think pretty distinct. Like the merchant, like there were different classes in Europe, right? Like you didn't own merchants in the same way that you owned peasants, right? Like the peasants that lived on your land were functionally your property in Europe, right? But the castes in India were more robust than that, I think. In the sense that like I feel like there were. So I could be wrong. It's possible that the Indian caste system kind of like codified a relationship that wasn't codified in Europe, but which was functionally the same. Because again, like merchants were not owned by feudal lords, but peasants were. So those are two very distinct things, which also would imply to me that you couldn't just become a merchant as a peasant, right? Because your lord owns you. So you can't, as a peasant, like you can't just leave the farm and go to a different farm, right? Like you can't leave your lord for another lord. because you won't be accepted into the. And there's probably some places where you could at some points. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I feel like I looked up at one point when surnames were introduced in the West. I think that the Americans did it as a component of immigration, right? Where European immigrants and European immigrants from everywhere, but European immigrants were sort of just forced to decide on a name for their family name. Or was it Napoleon who did that shit? I don't know. It was probably Napoleon, because Napoleon did all that shit. All the consolidation of that kind of stuff was Napoleon. So I would not be surprised if that was a Napoleon thing. It's actually kind of remarkable how much... well, the thing is that it wasn't a surname that they had. You might refer to someone... might refer to someone as like, oh, yeah, it's like John the Carpenter, right? If you needed to distinguish between him and other Johns. But it was a modern phenomenon to add a surname to non-nobles. I think I might have killed myself. And that it was actually way more arbitrary than you would think. It was like, oh, I have to write a surname on this piece of paper, or I'm going to be arrested. And I don't have a surname, so in this moment, at this time, I need to make a surname for myself. And that's how Europeans got surnames. Is a bunch of people just going, okay. And according to a convention that is non-existent, but which there's presumably some conventions, right? I'm trying to remember, because I did read up on it on this at some point, and I'm just trying to remember the specific details. The specific details of it were, though, that a lot of... Oh, wait. It's possible that I picked this up from... I don't think so, but it might have been when I was watching when I was listening to the Behind the Bastards on Versailles, and how fucking weird Versailles was. So it's possible that it was the Sun King who did it, Louis the something, 14th maybe. Is Louis the 14th the Sun King? But the guy who made Versailles might have been responsible for that, but I don't think so. I think because I don't know how that would be associated there. But that's something that I listened to recently that I could see. Ooh, that's a lot of HB. We need that. So, who do we need to throw that onto? Let's just throw it on you, because it has int on it, and this is one of the squishy characters. So anyway, it's possible that it was the French and it was the Sun King for some reason, and it was just a random thing that got mentioned. But I don't think so. The issue is that I have a lot of data in my head, and it's incomplete. It is something that I encountered recently, though. This isn't like old information. This is fairly new. But it's just also interesting. It's one of those things where it's like, it doesn't take long for a thing like a surname, which, it's right there in the name. A surname is for the nobility, to be mass adopted. And I just wish that I could... I just wish that I could remember where it came from. because it was fairly recent. It's kind of like how like racism as a concept was invented by a guy. It was like a French guy who wrote a book to create a justification for the slave trade, right? Because the at the time the rule basically was you can't enslave Christians. And the problem is that people could convert to Christianity and then you couldn't keep them enslaved because they were Christians, right? And you could put barriers in their way to try to prevent them from becoming Christians, but evangelizing is kind of like a big deal in Christianity, so it's not the kind of religion that you would want to it doesn't pair well with the religion to put a bunch of barriers into place. Different locations would get surnames at different times attached to like the non-noble classes. Okay. Because it's just it's gonna tie to a specific political reason, right? A lot of it's going to have to do with some degree of modernization where you're like, okay, we need to know, we being the state, right? I would guarantee you that the majority of surname usage is going to derive from the state trying to take more power, which really makes it feel Sun King. Because the Sun King was very big on the power of the state, right? So the Sun King is a possibility, but for the French at any rate. But there's also like a bunch of this stuff comes in like fads, right? Like the reason that weed is illegal is because of like Americans being racist, and it's like, well, that doesn't explain why it's illegal everywhere. And it's like, actually, yes, it does. Because once the Americans did it, other people started doing it. Actually, no, yes, it actually does. It is actually specifically. That does explain the reason that Europe did it too, and why Asia did it too, and why everyone did it. Not because they're all copying the racism, they're just copying the policy. And so there are fads when it comes to governmental structures that are like, so you'll have a lot of people doing it, and it's like, well, why is everyone doing it? It's like, okay, well, this is a fad that got derived from this one very specific place where this random person who's like a minor noble decided to do some random thing. Or, you know, someone like the Sun King decided to do some random thing. And that led to this mass wide-scale adoption across the entire world within 100 years. And that's just a lot of how history goes. I just realized that I was supposed to get a very specific amount of EXP, but I think we got almost exactly the amount we were supposed to. I'm going to just assume that we did. And we're golden. So we can now pop back to New Sorpigal. And that will be excellent. Right, those were added. Those were added by Maw, I think. Oh, I need to reload. Actually, I just realized that I just aggroed a bunch of enemies that are going to be drawn over to the thing. I was like, why is this model being used? What's happening? Because yeah, Maw added the merchant models as like a portion of the people that are running around town. They also added these. I didn't add any spawn points or anything like that. The thing that I did is a pure, like, very simple swap of some text. The one in... I actually didn't check either of them. I'm gonna go check the rock, because I know where that is, but I haven't actually been back to Might and Magic 7 yet. So, like, we are getting there, but we're not there yet. Oh, the one in Goblin Watch? Oh, did you say the one in Goblin Watch? I thought I misinterpreted what you said. I I thought you were talking about a chest on the side of the castle in Harmondale because I can't keep track of things. But let's check it. Yeah, we've opened this. Would not be super unusual for me to miss something like that, but we did not in this case. And we'll check. Not that one. On the coast. To the left. Give me a cardinal direction. Don't give me a relative direction. I'm going left according to where with my current facing. Is it west or east near the house? Oh, there's a peasant here. I remember you. Near the house. Okay, so this is one of those chests. I see. Yes, I have many of these chests myself. I did miss a couple of the chests in Thinger. 100% sure. Okay, and we did loot this. So, I think we are ready to head back to 8. Yep. I'm very familiar with this style of chest. Is that true? Usually I don't hallucinate a chest that wasn't there as much as I just forget that a chest is there 600 times. I think I do though. I think that there's a bunch of areas that I'm forgetting about where I'm like, I'm sure there's a chest here and there's no chest. Yes, there's a bunch of like random corridors where I felt like there's a chest for a huge amount of time. The one thing is that because I've been playing the game so much for the stream, I do end up fixing those in my head because I've now done it a bunch of times and, publicly embarrassed myself thinking a chest is a place where it isn't over and over and over and over again. The same place. And chat's like, no, just like last stream, it's not there. It's not there, buddy. I think that's probably been a thing. Let's see. We're going to go with... Okay, we can't level. But it doesn't matter, because we're going to... the Daggerwood Islands, because we're going to go cure our stuff. Do we need to? Yes. Let's go deliver the pelts. Yep, that's it. Malekith removed it. I think that's true. That seems like a reasonable interpretation. It was definitely Malekith specifically, none of the other devs, just Malekith. Let's see. Look, I have accused Maw of changing things that were in vanilla. That is a thing that I have done. I think I got all the cliff chests here, but I could be wrong. I think I did, though. I got most of them at the start. So I got the 2 over here at the very beginning, before we killed anything. Let's see. Well, merge. Look, merge and maw are basically the same thing. Immediately, we have an immediate and very recent thing that you were blamed for. We have a very recent example of this. Okay, let's identify this. We have a regen ring. We have a shit ton of body int and accuracy. We can go ahead and throw this on you. The int and accuracy and body resistance are all useful, and this means that you have body resistance aplenty instead of body resistance a garbage. Let's see here. You need 37 for that, and you wouldn't use it anyway, but somebody else would. Let's see. This is usable, but that's fine. I only actually played vanilla Merge once, and I didn't actually finish it. That's very funny. How could you not know you were playing Maw? Because you have to install Merge and Maw separately, right? Like, you have to install Merge, and then you have to overwrite all of the files with a bunch of files that are called Maw. Is it that people... I don't know... I don't know how normies be, though I also don't know that you could call anyone who's playing Might and Magic a normie at this point. We're pretty deep. So it's possible that what's happened is that some people are installing... They're just taking a zip file that has actually zipped the entire everything that they got off of, like, Pirate Bay or something, and then they're, like, unzipping it, and they don't install anything. It's literally just unzipping a file they got off of Pirate Bay. I guess, I mean... But, like, wouldn't you have to get it from the Maw Discord? It just feels weird, like... Because, like, you're not going to get Merge... You're not going to get instructions for how to install Maw on the Merge Discord, right? Like, you would have to go to the place where people are talking about the other thing. And, you know, people probably talk about Maw, right? Nobody reads anything. They don't know where they are. They're just talking somewhere. They're installing something. They're like, oh, I'm installing a thing. Okay. You know, that checks out. That checks out. It's the users who are wrong. Let's see. I guess people just see the M and just don't read it, where it's like, okay, they'll go to a forum post about installing Maw, and they'll go, okay, they'll see, here's how to install Maw, and they'll read to themselves, yes, here's how to install Merge. I think that's the only thing. The thing that gets me is just the fact that because Maw is something you install on top of it, it's like, and you would have to, like, go to a place specifically to get Maw. It just feels so alien to me to think of just being like, yeah, I'm installing Merge, and it's like, well, no, you finished installing Merge a while ago. I don't know. People are unusual. Okay, so we can probably get rid of this poleaxe because we don't need a bunch of them. That's done. I think we established we don't need this dagger. I could be wrong. I don't think we need this or this. We're going with a Gigasort and Tolbersk Fruit. Is this where we get rid of Tolbersk Fruit? I don't remember this shit. Let's see. Sleep and unconsciousness immunity is useful. It's too bad it's on chest item. Okay, we have might and speed. We have some people who don't have a thing, so we'll just throw this on you. And we have... I'm playing merge, you're wrong. Though, the other thing is that I could actually... one thing that I could see, in terms of people getting confused about something like this, is I could see people getting confused if they are looking at their Might and Magic folder that they've already installed a bunch of mods into, and they're like, ah, yes, let me install the mods, and then they start installing mods over other mods because they think that this is just like a vanilla folder because they forgot the God dang it. It's incredibly frustrating. I hate bounties. The bounty system is so annoying. That's so rude. I just killed one. Give me the thing. Just killed a bunch of them. Okay, that's fine. Just need to, like, leave a bunch of shit alive so that we can get the things cleared. Okay, what was I doing? Right, I was doing inventory maintenance. And I had gone around to a bunch of different places thinking maybe I'll find the person who buys Tolbersk pulp. Or the fruit itself. Maylander. Okay, this is the Archimage Champion quest. Pop over to you, GM Merchant. It is 4 o'clock on a Sunday. It's the Stranger and Smugglers. We're going to check over here and see if there's somebody to get rid of this. Yes, we sell the fruit here. Perfect. So, we got that done. We need to go sell some of these scrolls, but not the red ones. Yes, okay. For some reason I thought it was the orange ones, but it is the red ones. So, Expert Chain is here. Good to know, good to know. We're going to head over to the scroll person and sell all these scrolls that we don't need. And then we will, I think, just wait until dawn and go to thing. I think we have to wait until Tuesday, unfortunately.
Selection of heirloom artifacts.
Okay, this is Charm. I believe the only scrolls we need for quests ever are the Cure Disease scrolls. What's this? Speed and accuracy plus 12, that's pretty decent. And lightning, fire aura. I'm gonna hold on to this. Don't think I need this. Normal ring, normal ring. Don't need to worry about it. Do need to worry about it. Tempting because I don't have a full set of rings yet. So maybe I do equip that. Let's do it. Who do we equip this on? We equip this on you. You already have one that I gave you for the exact reason that I was intending to give it to you this time. You have a full suite of rings. Who doesn't have a suite of rings? You. Okay, you're getting this. Which is good. Now, we've sold those. We have some more garbage in our inventory that we want to get rid of eventually. How are we doing on inventory 2s? It looks like inventory 2 is only used for you because you have all the crafting materials. Firebolt and haste. I don't know who I'm going to give those to yet. We have to be careful with it because, unlike in a normal playthrough, this might be the only copy of haste I ever pick up. So, I need to be concerned about, like, is Hot Dog going to be the one casting that? Is Elvis the one casting that? It's hard to say who's going to be casting that. I think probably Hot Dog, which is a concern. Let's see here. So we are checking this. Okay, we cannot do anything with you. We're going to wait until dawn. We're going to wait an hour. We're going to wait until dawn. We're hopefully not going to go insane. We're going to wait an hour. Okay, we can go to Daggerwound. And we can turn in more of our shenanigans. So we're no longer weak, which is great. We can turn this off in favor of this. And we can pop over to turn in the cure disease things. And we should probably get ourselves all the way up to +8. So, we should be able, in just Dagger Wound, to be able to get this done. We'll just have to see. I wonder when I'm going to make myself do that library. At some point, I'm sure. Okay, so we're going to go over here. We've done these things already, I think. So let's go do the ones over here. Did we do all 3? I'm going to check if we've done all 3. I think we have. I think we had 5, and the first 3 would be these 3. But we'll just confirm. Okay, you do have yellow fever. So... Nope, you don't. Okay. Okay, so the 3 of them are done. It's tempting to pick up bodybuilding on another character, but we don't need to worry about it yet. All of the items in the game have gotten to be this weird color. I don't understand what's going wrong. Okay. So, we've done that. That gives us... What was it, like 40% of the level? Something like that? Okay, so we've now turned in, I think, 5 of these. And yes, we can very comfortably do all of these. Okay, that's good to know. I don't think I've ever actually clicked those without... just for the meme. Okay, we have the Cure Disease scroll that we need here. These are automatically identified because of the thing. And I'm going to just clear out some of these Buccaneers. We're not going to worry about it. We're going to worry about it. That's a Plague-born Buccaneer. So we're going to drag these... Oh! Wait. This is the edge of the map? That's concerning. Well, I could have very easily died there, but we didn't. It's all good. It's all good. I could have really, really easily gotten disease. Oh no. I think we have to reload. That person wandered into the town. Okay, we're reloading. So, is there another chest we can get those in where we don't have to worry about luring the pirates toward the peasants? Not sure. I think I need those to get the ones scrolled on. However, we can go do the the speed potion quest first. And I think we're going to inherit a bit of the Aldrea mode on this run and not allow the usage. Oh, never mind. That was picking up the quest. There we go. Not allow myself to use this because I didn't make it myself. That's not a rule that I always do, but it's a rule that has ever since I started doing the Aldrea mode at some point in some game, it has started to infect. I think I can now. I think that one of the patch notes said that these quests were fixed. Never mind. No, there's pure resilience right here. See? I guess it doesn't say what power it has, so maybe it doesn't work. Unclear. Unclear, but don't worry about it. It's fine. I don't know why I have a copy of it and 2 potion deleted. Do we want to just check if it does anything? Since it doesn't have a listed power, let's check to see if it does anything, because I am curious. Can't benefit anymore. Okay, so it doesn't actually do anything because it doesn't have enough power. But hey, it's the correct item. So next on our agenda is we need to basically get. Let's take a look at. Do we have any other quests that we can turn in? Yes, we can. So we just need to find Isthric the Tongue. And talk to him about his brother, I guess? So we're going to go through this first portal, and then we're going to go right back through it again. No. I'm going to make the executive decision that no. Combining it with a catalyst doesn't count. So, for my purposes. This is like a very fuzzy line, right? So I think that usually if I'm not doing like a full Aldrea mode under normal circumstances, let's take a look at this. See this like heroism potion? I'm happy to use this heroism potion as an ingredient. Not going to be a problem. If I'm doing a full Aldrea mode where the entire run is I can only use things that I make myself, and that's like the concept of the run, no, I wouldn't actually allow the usage. So for an Aldrea mode run, it would not we wouldn't be able to use things like that. For a normal run, I'm fine to, like, when I'm doing, like, little bits of, like, the, like, full self-sufficiency, when I'm doing little bits of self-sufficiency, I'm happy to use something like that. But just throwing a catalyst onto an existing black potion is not doing enough for me to really count it, right? Because, like, the difficult part is getting the Grand Mastery and things like that. Making a catalyst is not, like, meaningfully the same thing. Whereas, like, with trying to turn a layered potion into a black potion, that requires that you have high enough alchemy. It's like it's an involved process that is like, okay, in order to make this happen, you need to be able to do the thing, and you're just using it as an ingredient, right? So that to me is the distinction there. And even once I could do it where it's like, okay, well, I have Grandmaster. I could just slap this thing on and make this way, or I could go out of my way to make it manually. I would still prefer to make it manually because even though I now could do that, I'm not utilizing any of the stuff that goes into being able to do it. That's my feelings on how I'm implementing that. I think it's unlikely that I would ever count just using a catalyst as creating it myself, unless I was in a really difficult spot. Like, I can imagine in certain games being in a difficult enough spot where I'm like, the way the crafting system is kind of bizarre, and like I have the ability to craft this thing, but I don't have access to the base materials because of some other restriction that I have on myself, that makes it so that in order to do this thing, I would need to do blah, 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 blah. Well, I mean, what other purpose is there in asking questions other than to get me to go off on tangents about random subjects that are vaguely related? Is that not the purpose of all questions? Okay, we're going to grab this, and we're actually going to run back, turn it in, and teleport away.
Greetings, how are you?
This is not the right person. Okay. If we teleport away... That's a problem. Where's my power stone? Wait, does the power stone get consumed? Do I need to go... Do I need to get his power stone up? Oh, shit. Okay, we're not teleporting away. We're going to reload. We're going to reload, because I need to do something different than what I was doing there. We need to pick up the power stone, which... Is there a power stone in these chests? Is that how this works? Yes, there's a power stone right here. Okay, okay, I understand now. Okay, so we're getting this. We got the cure disease. We're not going to loot everything here. We're instead going to rotate. Fuck, we did that way slower than I needed to. This is the wrong person again. The funny thing is the person I need to talk to isn't that hard to talk to. They're like right on the way. And I'm like taking way more time than I should be. Okay, so we're now in the green. Those are no longer activated, so they won't kill the peasants. I don't think that anybody's died. I didn't hear any attack animations go out, so we should be safe to go back to town. And... Ooh, we've got a bit of overkill here. I'm not going to accept that overkill. That's more overkill than I want. So, we're actually going to clear out some of these pirates. So, instead of turning in the quest here, we're not going to finish the epidemic. Instead, we're going to just pull some of these pirates. We're going to go to the other side of the island and pull some of these pirates. To get a little bit of EXP. So clearing a bit, we might have to clear this whole island. We actually do need a fairly decent amount of EXP. But that should be fine. We have water walking. Let's see. Where the fuck are you running to? Let's see. So these... So we got about 40% of a level from that. I knew I was in a safe position and I moved anyway. That could have been bad for me. Okay, I think I might have just gotten a dagger.
Yes,
That would be pretty cool. Because we need a lot of daggers. That was an 800 damage crit. What are you? Swapper. You got closer to me than I expected there, friend. Nope. Ooh! You know, that's what happens. I should have probably saved after I killed the first one. You know what? We're gonna aggro all of them. We're gonna aggro them all. Oop. And then we're gonna forget that that's the edge of the map. We don't want to be on the edge of the map right now. Okay, we're not gonna aggro them all because they just refuse to be aggroed. That's fine. That's fine. Don't make my life easier for me. Just... be a pain in the ass, why don't you? Okay. Okay, I think we're in a safe position here. I could be wrong, but I think we're safe. So we're just going to clear these. Do we want to move just to get to a position where they're moving to? Probably not. Alright. Yay, water walking. I think that was a crossbow. Alright, we can save the game. And we can pull... It looks like we're going to need to clear... We might actually have to clear, like, every enemy in the zone. Like, we're not getting that much EXP, and we need a fairly decent amount left, I think. Right, what are we at? 16, so we need about, like, 15% of a level, I think. These aren't super high level, they're not, like, the lowest level. The Might Magic 8 starting zone has the highest level enemies in it, compared to the other zones. So... Save the game. Okay. Spear. Boring longbow. Cure disease scroll. Shield of alarm. Okay. No, I didn't need that one. That was a catalyst. That's fine though. Alright, we have one more of these than we need.
There's no room.
Okay, we have the Power Stone. Actually, I should check if the Power Stone gives me EXP. The Power Stone might give me EXP. That might have been why I got so much overkill there. Let's take a look. We have 0.16. We're still at 0.16. Okay, so we've gotten a little bit of clearance for that quest, but we don't get an EXP yet. So, we need to turn in the thing eventually, but we're not doing it until we have leveled up. We might actually have to go to somewhere else first. Because I don't know if we're going to get enough EXP here to get ourselves up there. We'll see. So, have we looted this? We haven't looted this.
It's useless. There's no room.
This gives unarmed skill. Alright, do we pop into the boat? I probably should. Yeah, I'm going to pop into the boat and try to get one of these locked in there, maybe. So we're not going to worry about the guards. The guards are not going to be protected by us. I'm not going to worry about them. All right, we're clearing this one. Unfortunately, that does mean the guards We're going to finish... Oh, never mind, the guards aren't going to finish anybody off because the guards just died. We're going to try to clear out the bulk of these.
No match for me.
Because are these the respawns or are these part of the initial spawn? I think these are respawns. So we're going to try to... Okay, we can clear this one. I don't like its position. This one is in a better position for me, or it was until it moved. You know what? I'm going to drag you. Are you on the boat now? No, you've come up. You've come to me. Perfect. We're going to drag this one over here. Let's see. So the reason that we're moving this way is that we don't want to continuously be killing these respawns. We want them to just like do the one respawn that I think they've already done. And then we're done with them. I don't know if I've checked these chests. I have a suspicion that I haven't. And I've just realized we actually are going to be able to get plenty of EXP because I forgot the admirals existed. Do I want to just kill one of the admirals and move on with my life? Yes, that's what I would like to do. We're going to try to get the admiral into a good position. We don't have jump. You do move when I start getting closer. You have a ranged attack, not a melee attack. Unfortunately, you rotated off of the ship, which is a problem for me. Where the hell did you go now? Ship. Oof. Okay. So, I'm going to try rotating in a different way. Nope, don't fall off, don't fall off. He fell off. Okay, can I get you? Are you already in a good position? I think you might be in a good position. I just need to get to you without you moving, which is not going to happen, probably. Didn't happen. Okay. I don't know how... There's like a specific range where they move? I wonder what's up with it. I think maybe you have to block line of sight. Yeah, the issue is that I didn't get it to go to where I want it to go. So I'm going to basically try to get it stuck on the bow. I could just reload until I get it stuck where I want it to be stuck, but I'm not going to do that. I'm gonna reload if I get killed, but I'm going to just be tinkering. It does seem like they rotate when you're out of line of sight, but not always. Like, you have to be substantially out of line of sight or something? I don't even know. So far. Okay. I'm going to just try to get over here. I think he moves pretty damn fast is the issue. Okay. They do not take damage from that, no. That's just a me thing. Okay, I think that, unfortunately, he's probably going to rotate. Okay. I like this position. Nope, I don't like this position. I lied. Okay, we didn't get him to move there. Should start moving if I do that. Yes. However, and this is a significant issue, because I'm stuck on the boat here, I don't know if I can get him to move. Close enough to where I want him. He's too far forward, I think. Like, he's a little bit too far away from the ship right now. And now he's really far away from the ship. I think we might be able to manage that if I had positioned myself a little bit better. I think there's like specific locations. So he moved really far that time. If I'm at the front, if I'm at the bow of the ship here, like, I can get him to rotate quite a bit. I'm going to stand right here. He rotated all the way to there, unfortunately. So we need to be... There's no shot that I'm going to be able to clear this. Oh, actually, you don't have that much HP. I might be able... Because he doesn't move at all, I might be able... to do this with a fair degree of consistency. Oh wait, no. I can't kill you like this. If I kill him there, then... then I'll lose his body. Okay. So we need to figure out a way to get him to go to shore, but he doesn't want to move. I should have saved that under danger, because I actually don't know that I can get him into a position where I can kill him without... Can I hide behind a tree? Oh, right here. Because he doesn't want to move unless I get out of line of sight... I can't lure this enemy without being able to block line of sight. Can I block line of sight with the ground? Seemingly no. I need a wall. Like, they think they have line of sight on me through the ground. Yeah, I think that line of sight from the enemy's perspective is not blocked by ground. I think that they just think they have line of sight because it's ground, it's not thinger. I don't know how their line of sight is calculated, but I think the ground isn't like factored into it. We can try getting to here, and then seeing where you moved. You moved to... Did you move at all? The issue is that there's not really a lot of potential obstacles around here. Let's go save. If we can't do this, like if we can't get this person to dry land... There are other tools in our arsenal. I'm actually not sure if this person will be able to get back onto land anyway, now that I think about it. Because that would require penetrating the water barrier, and I'm not sure if they can penetrate the barrier in either direction, now that I think about it. But... Okay, so that tree is definitely not going to block line of sight. I didn't expect that it would, but I also knew that there was no way to test it other than to just eat it. You're still attacking me, so you're definitely not going to move. You're still attacking. Let's see. that did just shoot right through that tree. So the trees do not block line of sight. Can I block line of sight with a chest? Okay, you do not think that your line of sight is blocked by the chest. Let's see here. Could I block line of sight with the teleporter? I don't think so, because I think it's too far away. It's too far away. I'm going to work on a different pirate. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'll be able to make that work. The thing is that that's actually going to be fairly trivial to kill. But yeah, we don't actually need to worry about resetting this one yet, because it is we don't need the experience from it. These pirates are like level 100 or something. Like, I'm going to get more than enough experience. I might not be able to do these pirates because they might give too much experience. So, like, doing one of them might be too much experience. It might be overkill, in the same way that doing a quest is overkill. But we'll see. We're going to try to move to grab you. And I need you to move down to the lower level, but not... Okay, you're in a position where I think I can hit you. I might need to jump. Maybe not. Might be too high. Okay, I am in the red. I can see him from here. Now, can I loot the body from here? Not necessarily. However, I don't need to loot the body at this exact moment. I can loot the body when I come back if I can't get the body right now. So, we have 0.16. We're gonna just... Okay, so that's Admiral Nelson done. We can see your body. That's 0.32. This is almost exactly what we need. This is perfect. Perfect. Yeah, we can definitely loot from that position. We're all good. So, we've got exactly enough EXP. We got 300 gold, which is amazing loot. Let not chat confuse you. This is the most amazing of loot. And do we need to train up any of our skills here? I think I've looked at most of the buildings, so I should be able to check. Body, we have expert plate is here. Expert earth. We can get expert air here. Do we get our plate up to expert? I think we would need 2 levels for that, and I don't think we have 2 levels. Though we might. We do have 2 levels. So we could get expert plate. Maybe we get expert plate, huh? We should probably get expert plate. Let's do it. Okay. Let's get expert plate. Though we're also going to Iron Fist, so do I need to worry about it? How many times am I going to make the same mistake? We're going to do it. We're going to get the things done that we need to get done, and not skip out on doing them and then go, oh, wait, I have to go to a tiny island across the ocean to do this now. Whoops. Good job. Good job. Okay. So, we can also get leather up to expert if we want. Do we want to do that right now? We have nothing better to do with our time. So, we're going to do that. Do we now start pumping staff, or do we start... let's do more regen. We have a gargantuan amount of HP. We don't have any damage with this character anyway, so it's not really... Oh, wait, we have some damage. Not a lot of damage on this character anyway, so... You should probably start pumping either mind or spirit. Unfortunately, we can't get expert vampire until we go to... It's not Shadowfell, but wherever that place is. Until we go to a place, we can't get that. I think we are going to get leather up to 8. And from there, we're going to start pumping spirit. And we got spirit up to 8. So we can get expert spirit. The second that we have a use... There's a lot of useful spirit spells. So basically, the second we find a good spirit spell that requires expert, we just tag that. Now, as for you, because of the situation that we're in, we haven't really been worrying too much about most of your skills, and I think we're going to continue that trend. We're just going to put chain up to 8. This allows us to get expertise. That reduces the recovery penalty. Also gives us a bit more durability. You have expert dagger. You have disarm up to 7. We can get mastery in that at some point. We can get merchant expert here. So let's just get merchant expert and then start pumping leather. Okay, let's get merchant expert. This will save us a little bit of money. And... Right, I guess we could probably start pumping your skills as well. So, you have to decide between plate and bodybuilding at the moment. Or axe, for that matter. I think axe I can get up to 8 as well if we wanted to get expert axe. Where is the expert axe person? There's an expert axe person in Harmondale, but we're not going to Harmondale yet. I think I'll wait until I'm doing that. We're going to get plate up to expert. Oh, is there an axe expert in Iron Fist too? Well done. Don't need to worry about it. It's fine. Right, we're gonna just pop over to the islands, and we can get expert plate here, and we can get expert merchant as well. Is the expert plate on the other island? Yes. Where is the expert here? Garrett Gorge. Oof. We're not going to be going to Garrett Gorge too quickly, I don't think. We're going to go to Murmur Woods very early. We're going to get to Murmur Woods as soon as possible, because Murmur Woods is going to be real easy to clear the elementals out of. The wisps are, like, completely trivialized by the fact that they basically can't hurt me. So, like, I'll have one character who's vulnerable to their attacks, which is not... That's not bad. So, I think we are golden there. Okay. So, we've cleared you out. Right, what does that buoy do? I don't remember what that buoy does. Huh. Hopefully it didn't give me experience. If it did, I don't think it gave me a meaningful amount. We're still at 32. So, bolster level in the other game is at 14, which means that we can just pop over there. We can get more of Iron Fist completed. So, we have... which quests to do there? We need... It looks like we completed all the ones in New Sorpigal. So, do we head into a dungeon? I think yes, right? It seems like the right choice. which dungeon do we head into? We've cleared out the new Sorpigal dungeons, so we can go to... Do we want to just do the Thieves Guild? Because it's relatively simple.
Hitch up the horses.
Probably.
Ready to learn something new?
Is that how I want to handle this? We need... We could do the Temple of Ba. The Temple of Ba is going to be a nightmare. I think... The Thieves Guild has a quest. And it's very short and sweet. I think we do the Thieves Guild. Let's make the Thieves Guild happen. So... We do have to clear out all these enemies on the exterior before we can get in there. Maybe we want to do the Dragoon Stronghold, actually. How do we feel about the Dragoon Stronghold? If I recall correctly, we can't clear the Dwarf Dungeon. We can't get it to the point that they don't respawn, I think.
No match for me.
Or can we? I think we can't, right? I believe that we established last time that we don't get them to the point where they don't respawn. Oh, bullshit. So... Do we want... The bulk of the enemies in the temple are actually spawned. Maybe not necessarily the bulk of them, but a good portion of the enemies are actually spawned, which means that we could get the completion up pretty fast just by clearing the corner rooms. I think maybe we do that. I'm going to save under danger, and I'm going to save under Lich Stitch. Do we want to do the incredibly long process of this dungeon? Do we want to do the dungeon that requires more entry? It's really tempting to like activate maximum suffering and go right to Corligan's estate. I don't want to do that though. I'm not actually in the mood for making my life miserable at the moment. So I think we're going to just pop in here. This is like the maximum misery dungeon that isn't like Corligan's estate. So the dungeon is going to require... I didn't get food before I came in. Okay, do we bother? I think... No, we don't. We're not going to... We're not going to bother to try to do this without food. We need to go get food. And how long do I have to go before I can save in the... Dragoon Stronghold might actually be the more fun one to do. The Dragoon Stronghold is going to have a longer period before I can start to save. So I need to clear out quite a bit of the dungeon before I can save. The issue with that is that because of the fact that Cheesesteak is diseased, we're probably gonna really struggle to break into the dungeon. It's also a dungeon where a good portion of the dungeon has historically relied on fairly finicky corner strats for me to get it done. And the corner behavior has been changed for the enemies. The enemies have different behavior around corners now. So it would be a fun thing to explore to see like how they interact with the corners now. And I think we're going to go do that. We do have 20 food available, which is quite a lot. That's 10 saves. So if we wanted to do like a longer form dungeon that is easier to do moment to moment, we could do the Temple of Ba. But I think that it is more fun to try to do this one. We do not have Wizard Eye. So okay, that is a concern. So that was a mid-tier. A mid-tier, just one shot. This character.
Now here's something.
That's 47 accuracy.
It's worthless.
Interesting. Ooh, 42 hit points. Okay, I love that. 42 hit points and 13 speed and accuracy. We're going to give this to you. Now, 42 hit points is enough that we would not get one shot. We would be two shot, but we wouldn't be one shot by the mid tier.
Come on, let's go in.
And I would love. Wait, can I hit you from here? Wait, I can hit you from here? Oh, I had no idea I could hit these from here. So we just murdered ourselves, as is good and proper. We're gonna have to unequip your weapon if we're gonna want to fight a thorn enemy. We're back to that. I should have checked if I could jump through there, because if I can jump down, which I cannot do, I can't just jump down here. But yeah, if I could jump down here, that would be a strat, is to just like go through this gap to come at the dungeon from behind. Does anyone know, has anyone figured out a route to get yourselves up on top of this without the jump spell? Like, it doesn't feel like it should be possible, but you know them speedrunners have all sorts of tricksy tricks. You know that's got to be a thing somebody knows how to do. Because, yeah, that would be a good entryway to do some interesting stuff in this dungeon. Unfortunately, we did just pull a red. It's the Eradicate. So let's take a look here. I think I just saw a thinger. Okay, there's this entrance here. So I might be able to make this doorway work to like shrink the number of enemies coming at me at once. It does seem like, yes, there's a leech nearby. We were able to reduce the number of them. We weren't able to reduce it to 0. We're going to try some new tech. So we have this pack. We're going to have to basically eat a single attack from them. they rotate this corner pretty banger. Let's see if we don't go quite so deep, can we get them to behave? Whoop. There's no shot. We lived through this. Okay. Getting to here and just using this corner. No, because there's enemies in this room that will just aggro on us the second we open that door. Okay. I was thinking that we might be able to avoid enemies in that room. So, from here, we're basically going to take a single round of combat from the... Oh! You are here as well. Okay. For some reason, I thought that was immediately an elevator room. It's not. So we do need to get into a different room if we're going to make this work.
Let's go in.
It's tempting to try to do this like the cozy casual way, but we don't have a good situation for that. I'm going to try this again. And we are still getting the enemies from that other room. So I was curious if I took the room a little, the entrance a little tighter, if that would work. I took it fairly tightly there. It didn't work. I'm not expecting it to work. We're going to move on. So, next strat. This is just a room full of enemies, so that's not going to help us. We're going to go over here. I think this is also just a room full of enemies, but there's also this. So if we could get to here, we might be able to make something happen. Right? Like, you can see this is a room where we can potentially fight those. So we're going to try to get into that room and basically beat all of the enemies that are involved in that with
Come on, let's go in.
this thing. If it takes too many attempts to get the first like successful entrance, we might have to figure something else out. Man, I wish I had jump. If I had jump, I could go through this window. And we should have jump. We have access to the spell. We just aren't using the vendors. If I had preservation, we could do this fairly easily as well.
Have no fear.
Yeah, so, did this work? I think this is consistent. If we can get... The issue is that we're taking so much damage along the way. We have 4 people dead right now. There's not a split in the damage that's going to make me survive something like that outside of, like, every attack going into the troll. There's no top tiers in that pack, and they missed... Fuck! Okay, we have a couple that leaked this time. I want to kill the ones that leak just to see. Did I go too far away? I might have gone too far away there. As a proof of concept, that worked, but it did also illustrate a weakness in the strat at the same time. Okay, not dead, shockingly. You did die in one hit, which is... Wow, rude. Okay. Rude. Walked right into the doorway. We're going to make a few more attempts at this. I think that we can probably get this to work eventually. I'm just going to keep jumping at that wall periodically and hoping. We're going to make another attempt at just getting in there. This is actually, we don't need to keep making attempts at getting in there now that I think about it, because we know that we can get in there without taking an excessive amount of damage. We know it's possible, so we can probably just make attempts. If we hadn't had that character be the one that got attacked, almost certainly whoever got hit would have survived the hit. Which means that on that one attempt, we did have a successful breach in like 80% of cases. That we actually got very unlucky on that one attempt. Not well. That's not necessarily true. So the other attacks that came out were not significant, but that's also due to good luck, right? This is pretty rough. We're basically looking for
Come on, let's go in.
a successful breach here. And if we can get a successful breach, but let's see. I don't like having to rely on a strat that's this RNG dependent. The issue is that I don't have a strat that's going to be super consistent anyway. Okay. We successfully got the breach. So, the issue here is that if we go too far to our left, they are going to leak in. If we go too far to the right, why am I attacking with a ranged attack? No. Okay. Does the game have different behavior? If you have a bow, does it do weird shit? Okay, I don't think that it's changing the behavior, but it's just changing how visible it is to me. Let's see. This should actually go onto... you know what, I'll just keep it on.
There's no room.
It'll potentially save your life against a bottom tier attacking you. Okay, thugs down. This gives me interesting... I don't usually get the feedback on my timing. Like, the only feedback that I usually... that was more dangerous than that would be. Usually the only feedback I'm getting is if I miss enough times in a row that I know that I'm not doing things successfully. Okay, that's another one down. And the other thing that we could do, if we manage to clear this initial pack, we could make a save. It costs 10 food instead of 2. But we could save the fact that we broke into the dungeon. And I think that's probably what we're going to want to do. It means that we'll only have 6 saves in the dungeon. Fuck. The brigand moved. I think I got too far to the left there at one point. I've never used this room before. Okay, ruffians down. We only have one more enemy in this room, I think. No, we have more than one. I don't know how many are here, but it's definitely not the entire pack. The other issue is, since we haven't cleared... We won't have cleared this entire pack when we finish here. we're going to have to make a decision on whether we save. I think we have to save. This might not be the attempt. We might have to breach again. Because if you look, we've only cleared maybe like a third of the enemies. I don't know where the rest of them went. So because we're in an information gathering section here, we're going to save this under danger. This costs us 10 food. We only have one more save like this available. Where the fuck is the rest of the enemies? That was like a few enemies. That was not anywhere near all of the enemies. Wait, where did the rest of the enemies go? Was that all of them?
It's useless.
Nope. I was like, there's no way that was all of the enemies. Okay. And there's the danger. There's the danger. We found it. Okay, let's loot all these. And we need to find which place is going to be the thing that gets us. Why is this door open? I guess I was spamming spacebar just now. Hello. I'm gonna try to do a melee kite here. Fuck. Who the fuck else was hitting me? No. There were two overlapping attack sounds. I got hit by the thing that just attacked me. I wasn't hit by something else, but there was an audio cue that indicated that something else threw an attack out. Okay. The fact that there's two of them means I'm almost certainly boned here, but... Okay, there's only one. Nope. There we go. We have vision on this brigand, but I don't like this corner. I think I'm just going to immediately kite it. I shouldn't have done that because it got a free swing while I was disengaging. Oop, and there's the death. Unfortunately, we screwed it up. We should have probably just stayed there. I didn't really like that corner, but, you know, tough. I'm actually going to check. Okay, this door won't... Oh, wait, I didn't... I'm a dope. Wait. I need to actually press the switches. Okay, we're going to hit the switches. My goal right now is to get to the slime area. Unfortunately, I can't jump over this. I'm now realizing that because I forgot that this was here. So with those being there, we won't be able to just take the elevator down. And if we can't just take the elevator down, that's not going to work. So let me think about this. I think the ramp might be in a different room. Actually, I think maybe this room has the ramp. Yes, I think this is the ramp. So, if we can load this up, we can potentially clear this room, and if we can clear this pack here, then we'll have access to the ramp room. And the ramp room... Why the hell are they not attacking this time? They got the tag. Okay. I think we're gonna. I wanted to aggro them and just pull them back, but they didn't want to aggro. So if I walk in here and just go here, will you aggro? No. Maybe it's a. Maybe it has to do with the enemies that I had already aggroed. Over there. Fuck. Okay. We whiffed, but that's fine. Okay, we aggroed too many of these at once. Okay. All set. All set. Hello, friend. Okay, this one's coming in. I am going to rotate over to here. And the hope is that it will behave itself. And let me murder it. There's two here now. Okay. Okay, thugs down, brigand still alive. Luckily, we can actually go fairly deep here without running into problems. Okay. Okay, that is the top tier cleared. I don't know how many more there are in here. There is a top tier in this pack. Shit. Is that the last one that we have to kill here? I should have been more safe there. I should have played it safer. Oops, I just opened a door that I didn't intend to open. You know, let's just open both of them. Okay. So, that's rough. Okay, if we have a top tier that we need to deal with as well. The issue is that I can't go aggro them all. Without endangering myself by exposing myself to the early ones. I don't even know where the other one went. This is not the one that I lost, so I still don't know where the other one went. Thank you for doing that. That makes me so happy. Okay. Try this again. It's really rough dealing with that entryway because they tend to like just snake out of the door and then immediately unleash an attack. Hello, friend. You're not gonna... Where the hell did you go? So we have... That was scary. Fuck. Yeah, the tier 2s can one-shot multiple people. So... this is probably the way to do this. Is just do my best to lure them all to here, because even the tier 2s don't just have like a 1 in 5 chance of killing me, they have significantly more than that. They might have like a 2 in 5, they might have a 3 in 5. It might be more complicated than that because a high roll versus a low roll might matter. However, we have the Brigand pulled. I don't know if it's in this pack. If I can get myself into that room, then there's very good and useful stuff that I can do. It's going to come down to it's going to come down to basically whether I can make that room work without any food. So I might have to drag, like, the entire dungeon to that room, basically. I need to figure out how to clear a safe zone as well, because the slime area goes under the entire region, like the entire dungeon, basically. So the slimes are going to prevent me from saving anywhere in the dungeon until I start clearing them out. I'm trying to think if there's... I'm trying to think of where I would go to clear out a opening for myself. Because I don't think it's reasonable to... I don't think it's reasonable to do another save in the yellow. So we're going to have to make...
No match for me.
make do without any more saves. However, I think for the purposes of exploration, sort of like exploring the space, I think we do need to save again so that I can identify how to interact with the new thing. That will unfortunately mean that I will most likely be making a save
No match for me.
in another save slot here. Now that I've cleared this out. And then having to... Fuck. Oh, there's two of them. Oh, God. I was so confused. I was so confused by that. I'm like, how did two people just take damage from one attack? What the hell just happened? That was cool. That was fun. Alright. So. Very easily could have had a death there. So these are now going to casually walk up that ramp, which is lovely for me, I suppose. And the hope here that's concerning. Okay, they are coming. It's just the thug for now. Man, this disease is really gonna... If I didn't have this disease, this would be really a lot safer. The fact that, like, any encounter that I have, there's, like, at least a 1 in 5 chance that whoever gets hit is just killed instantly changes the math quite a bit for my ability to survive. Like, everything is extremely dangerous all the time because, like, any single attack has such a high likelihood of killing me. This is pretty rough. I have a suspicion that they're not coming. They're not. If I stand here, will they eventually just approach from here? Okay, there's one. Okay, that's one of the brigands. I don't know if this is the brigand that was already over there, though. This might be the brigand that was already over there. Which would also be a good one to kill, you know? It is annoying that I don't seem to be consistently getting attacks when it's clearly visible on my screen. I'm going to go ahead and just blame Malekith for that. Malekith is just going to pick up some strays here of Malekith. It's your fault that I am not getting attacks when I feel like I deserve them. And, yeah. I think that that's fair. I think that's a fair critique. Definitely isn't the game engine itself that's fucking with me right now. It's definitely Malekith. It turns out the developers of Maw actually were the original developers. That would be fun, right? To, like, have, like, a group of people who just, like, they worked on the original. They're like, well, we're going to make some cool stuff. We're going to make some cool mods, but we're not going to tell anyone that it was us. We're gonna create new pseudonyms to do it under.
No match for me.
Because I think that I think one of the devs of Baldur's Gate 2 was... Ooh, God, that's another brigand. Was involved in making, like, the Ascension mod or something like that. Like, one of the Throne of Baal mods had one of the original developers involved in it, I think. This is a problem. I don't... Fuck, I attacked way too early there. We have to do a melee kite. I saw that I was in the red for a second there. I was like, oh. We're going to stand right here. We're going to wait. We're going to hope that they come in. If they're really close to us when they're approaching, they will not get into this corner. But... So I don't think we can get them locked in the corner now. That's okay, we don't need to. So... Oh, you fell. Okay, I can actually use this slope to my advantage as well. It looks like we've cleared this room. We have 9% clearance. Do I think that I can get to 70% clearance just with access to this room? I'm saving over dungeon. This is a different game save file. This is a Merchantman Dagger. I think we might be able to make this work. We're gonna find out. Okay. If I'm going to make this work, I need to do better than that. But okay. So that one that was just a really bad play on my part. Let's try this again. I forgot that these guys were good. So we do this. We rotate around. We're rotating to here. We're standing right here. And who's attacking me? Okay, we let them leak. We need to do a better job. Can I jump up there? Okay. We're going to try going around the other side this time. I don't think this is necessarily a good idea, but we're going to try it. They are leaking from this direction. Oh, boy. I remember being able to use this to fairly good effect just now, but this is not the side that we usually come to it from. Okay, that one leaked. We got 2 leaks there. I'm not sure if we can prevent that from happening, but we're going to try it. Aggro you, pop over here, jump here, get as tight as possible, and stand right here. And then do not jump. I think we might be safe here. We're not safe here. So one of them leaked. Eventually. So that one leaked. If we keep an eye on the ones that leak, we might be able to make this work. The other thing that we can try is we can try going this way. Pull you. I don't know if we can make this work or not.
Tis but a scratch.
Because, yeah, we could also try to use these corners, which are a little bit less pleasant to use, but potentially a bit more stable. I fucked up there. That wasn't an issue with the corner itself. Them getting released like that isn't a major issue necessarily. I'm going to check this strategy. We're going to go to here. They do appear to go both directions if I do this. So with them going both directions, I don't think I'm going to be able to make that work. I need to be able to prevent them from going the other direction. That is critical. So that one has leaked. When they're initially coming in, there's definitely the possibility of them leaking. But and there's okay, and that's where the leaks are coming from. The leaks aren't coming from the ones that are in there. The leaks are actually coming from the ones in the back moving forward. The goal right now is to minimize. We're just going to have to hope. We were not successful. We didn't hope well enough. Okay. So, because that indicates to me that this is not necessarily going to work from this side. Can I do something fancy here? Can you walk down this? Yes, you can walk down this. Will you if I'm standing directly under it? I don't know. So let's find out if it will if I'm standing directly under it. We're looking for...
Tis but a scratch.
Okay, this is a corner play that could hypothetically work, but I don't want to do it that way because that gets me into a position where I have to deal with rotating back and forth a bunch, which opens up room for error. Unfortunately, this is a really big pack. So what we're looking for here, they are moving into there. Okay. So with them moving into there, that means that I don't know that there's going to be a super safe way to handle this. Let's see. I don't have any food on me. Oh wait, I do. I have Widowweep's berries and stuff. Widowweep's berries can be used to give myself extra food if I want. I don't think I'm going to want to do that, but we've gotten through 10%. Let's backtrack a bit. Let's take a look at what we've got in terms of progress over here. It's my hope... Okay, it looks like we have finished this. So... It's my hope that I can get all the way to 70% off of this save. Which seems far-fetched, considering how things have gone so far. Because this room is usually the room that I use to pull the shadiest of shade. But it's not going to work here. Oh, shit. Where the fuck did you come from? So this is a room that... If I can get them all to rotate one direction, which I don't think is going to work, but could hypothetically happen. Fuck. I didn't realize that I needed to rotate a little further in. Okay. So you're on me here. We have this one leaking. So this one... This is a huge pack and only one enemy leaked. I think we can make this work. So let's find out how much this clears. If we clear this entire pack... Let's see if we can find the spot we were standing in where they couldn't hit us, but we could hit them. I don't know if we're going to find that spot again. Okay, so... So this one leaked when I was doing that. The other possibility, I don't think this is going to work, but this hypothetically could. And we might as well try it with these, though this is actually a bad group to try this with. If we stand up here, we're not high enough. I'm going to see if I can find a place where we're high enough that they can't tag us, but we're low enough that they think that they can. Okay, I fucked up that movement, unfortunately. Let's see here. Because if I can get... This is not how I should be practicing this, because this pack is... So, I'm in a slightly different place here, where I can just barely see them. That one did leak. So, they do still leak from if I'm standing right here. They might be less likely to, and they might be roughly as likely to, and they might be more likely to. It's actually not clear. We've only had the one leak so far, and we'll see. I think that this might be a safer spot to stand in. It's more centered. Probably dead. We didn't die. We're not in the red. So, we cleared that pack, question mark? We've cleared this pack. With this pack cleared, we now have the slimes to deal with. And we're basically looking to track a spot where we can fight the slimes consistently. Okay. That did not kill me in one hit, but that would have killed anybody else. Any other target that got hit by that would have died. 100%. Okay, we hit the acidic ooze and didn't die in return. We might be able to fight them from this exact spot. But we might not be able to. It'll depend on whether that comes back and kills me. This dungeon's a really tough sell. It's a really tough sell to think I'm going to be able to get through this dungeon. With a setup like this. We might be able to make it happen. It's a tough sell. You know, as I said, it's a bit of a tough sell. We need to get to roughly 70% completion from 13%. We used all of our food to get to the point where we can get some of these nice corners. If I can make this corner work consistently, I can probably clear a third of the dungeon just from the oozes. Every ooze can be dragged to this location, so that gets us a lot of completion on its own. So we then have the more complicated task, which is nonetheless less complicated, it is less time consuming, of clearing out the rest of the underground here, because we have a bit more completion we can get off of the other packs down here, and if we can clear through all of those, we could hypothetically We could hypothetically get close to that 60% mark. We'll just have to see. We have a few more enemies in that other room. The issue is that I'm impatient and inconsistent, which is going to interfere with my ability to get through some of these pulls. But we are starting to finish off the corrosive oozes. And we now just have some acidic oozes left. We're no longer in the red. Is that the entire pack? I believe that's this entire pack. Yes, there's a control cube. That's great. We are in the red. There's more in this pack. Unfortunately, I'm not in the exact same location. So, there's the possibility that a projectile kills me here. We're not in the exact same position. We're in a slightly different position. I'm not going to be able to get like the pixel perfect location each time. And I don't know how tight it needs to be. Like, we're way further forward here. Where the hell did it go? Are they still in that exact spot? They are still in that spot. So I was able to hit it from there. The angle on this is fairly precise, it looks like. I am also curious. I think I might... Okay, from all the way back here we can hit it. This is way further back than I would have expected to be. Wow. Okay, so that acidic ooze did no damage, actually. That just tagged the diseased character for 40% of their max life. And that is a tier 2. That's interesting. So their ranged attacks are fairly weak. But that doesn't include the toxic cloud or whatever the spell is that the corrosives use. Okay, is that... Okay, that's everything here for now. So that one's toast. We can now aggro the rest of this side, which is a considerable number of enemies, but not that many, honestly. Do I have time? I had time, I think. Okay. So this is locked into this position. They're not all locked into that position, which is a concern. Because Ooh, that's a fixator. Okay. So we have a boss here. We're just going to stand right here. We're not going to move. I'm tempted to put on double speed, but I'm worried that it's going to influence their movement in, like, tiny ways that makes the bouncy projectiles kill me. So we're not going to worry about it. You wouldn't think that it would, but generally speaking, activating like high speed modes has a tendency to occasionally make slight like adjustments to the way that certain types of behaviors happen because of functionally because of rounding, for rounding reasons, right? It depends on the way that it's implemented, potentially. Like, I feel like maybe if you did it by just doubling the FPS that it's running at, then hypothetically it shouldn't matter. Because you shouldn't have to do any rounding with something like that. But maybe you do. Maybe it still influences rounding because of the discrete because of specific details of the way that the movement is handled. I don't know a ton about like the mathematics of like the movement and like the deep levels of how like graphical systems handle like 3D spaces and stuff like that. That's not something that I'm super knowledgeable about. I'm only knowledgeable from like the user end of just like, okay, things have weird consequences sometimes when you do these kinds of things for reasons that seem to be tied to probably rounding for the most part. It's not just rounding. I think that like it depends on like the way the physics works in the game as well, because I think that some of it has to do with like momentum issues, where momentum is sometimes allows you to do so, like stuff with like those specific details of walls and things like that, where you can clip into a wall for a little bit and like then you get pushed out of it, but if like you have it on a higher speed, you can't get pushed out of it before the thing happens. I don't know. I'm trying to recall like an example and I can't think of any examples offhand, but just trust me, I know what I'm talking about. Kind of. I kind of vaguely have some idea of what I'm talking about. So I think that we can only hit them on like half of the frames. Like, that's real rough. That's real rough right there. How close did we get you to dead? We got one of them half. We got that there. So I'm curious if I can think of any positions that would be better for this. Unfortunately, they are melees that just happen to also cast spells. They're not proper like ranged attackers. So we're not going to be able to exploit them as badly as we would like to. So this is an opportunity to check this situation. The goal being to stand like here, maybe? Which is not going to work if they don't actually approach. So I want to see if I'm standing here, will you walk under me to a location that I can hit you? I think the answer to that is probably no. We might... Oh. We hit it while it was on its way down. If they... If that's consistent, if that behavior is consistent, which we have no reason to assume that it is, but we have reason to think it might be, if that behavior is consistent, then we could potentially do this. The issue is that if I hit them while they're still on the thing, they will stop moving, right? That thing just blinked up top. So if they have the ability to blink up to here, then it's definitely not going to work. That definitely just blinked right to the top here. So, this does seem like consistent behavior. At the very least. So, the issue is that I can't attack them while they're in this location, or I'll hurt them, interrupt their movement, and then they'll just come straight to me. They'll reassess their behavior. So, this is a position that I could get Thinger, but not a position that I can exploit as much as I need to exploit a location. If I could get to a bridge, I could potentially use the bridge. If I could figure out a way to get down here, I think I can probably clear this entire dungeon. If the concern would be the oozes down there, but if I could find a way to jump down there, then I think I could make it work. Unfortunately, oh wait, I didn't actually unlock it. Unfortunately, I don't think that's gonna play the way that I need it to. Let's see. The other places that we could potentially exploit is the elevator rooms. This I can probably get a good amount of progress using. If I open this... Open that... Fuck, you were closer than I thought you were. Can I go down here? Okay. That one's dead. Who? Oh, shit. I wasn't paying enough attention. I let them get all the way down here. Okay, that blinked to the bottom. If they blink to the bottom, that's probably not going to work out. We're going to try this again. I don't think that I can make this work, but maybe I can. So if I... It's only the one that's hitting... Whoops. It's only the one that's hitting me there. Let's try that again and see if I can just get in there quicker. Oh, they were hitting me through the door. Or they were attacking the door. None of them hit me, so I can't tell if they just missed or... Okay, it looks like the only one I was hitting was the one that also has the ability to attack me. And that is not a corner that's going to work. That corner is definitely patched in a way that's not going to work. The behavioral difference is definitely going to kill me with that door. So, I could pull these into that other room. I'm looking for something nice and cozy, and I'm not finding it so far. I think... The only thing that I can think of that might help me here is to use that room that they were from. Hello, friend. We could try doing... But yeah, I'm not really expecting to be able to make this work. I think that the fact that that ramp is not going to work means that we're going to need to figure out a way to clear this entire section without food so that we can get into the green, right? I don't know where the hell you just came from, but I'm very annoyed that you did. I don't know how we didn't die, but we didn't. Okay, so we're gonna stand on this side of the. Whoa! You are right there. Okay, I guess I should have gotten into position immediately. Why are you hitting me? There.
I'm badly hurt.
Rude. Yeah, basically, the I have another save that has 10 food left. So what I'm looking for is to see if there's a way that I can get a clear path without saving from that point all the way to here. I could use apples, right? I don't have any apples actually, but I could use Widowweep's berries. So I could do that if I want to, but I don't think I want to right now. We have 20 food baseline, which is a pretty good amount of food. What I'm mostly looking to do is explore the space here and see if I can come up with something clever that I haven't come up with in the past, right? Normally this dungeon, I rely on a fairly small amount of cleverness, right? Like it's usually a fairly small amount of cleverness, and then rely on the fact that for the most part the dungeon isn't that dangerous. There's just like a few really dangerous parts. The brigands are a threat, but like they're not. It's not that crazy. But on this run, this dungeon is going to be incredibly difficult, and I'm basically just saying if I can figure out. Oh right, I need to actually unlock the door. If I have a strategy that will allow me to get things done. I'm happy that we managed to find a routing to clear the first pack. I'm excited about that, but I don't want to have that be the only thing that I learn from this, because I feel like I should be able to learn something. Like, I feel like there's some bullshit that I should be able to learn from how difficult this is right now. So if I move this down... Fortunately, I went to the wrong location. I think I need to go to the right side and just immediately spam spacebar. Right, I need to do the thing. Where am I? Oh, right, I'm over there. So, if I'm basically doing this, I guess I actually have no reason to be loading this file if I'm doing this. If I'm doing this, I could be running the other file just as easily. Please? Okay. So, unfortunately, the spacebar doesn't really do much here. Oh, I actually jumped over. Wait. I jumped over there. Interesting. If I could get that to work, then... Oh, right. But if I could get that to work, then I could just jump straight down and not even move those ones. And from there... I don't know how many more enemies are involved before we get to the bridge. Wait, didn't I hit the buttons? Did I just hit one? Did I accidentally double click on one of them and put it back the other way? Let's see here. So, we go over here. We get down here. We keep running. There is an enemy here. We dodge it. We go over here. Get to here. From here, we have the ability to get to that side of the bridge. So, to make this work, and this would be a task for an entire stream. To make this work, I need this pack dead, which I think I can make happen. I think this pack I can just clear here. So this pack I don't think is a threat, and I think neither is the one on the other side. The other side, I think I can kill these as well. So if I kill these here... Who's attacking me? I think those are fake attacks. Okay, so... Okay, so... Sometimes enemies think they can attack you when they can't. I would have expected to have gotten hit by those if I was actually visible at the apex of my leap, because I'm just jumping chain, so... So if I clear this... Do I think that an hour is enough time to make this happen? If I do this starting fresh. We're basically going to need... I don't think I'm hitting anybody now. Is that all of the enemies that were here, or no? It's not. Not all the enemies were visible. But... it's only the one. So... I have to be concerned about the things under the bridge hitting me. So we tag this, we tag this. With those two tagged, we can lure these packs, this pack here, to here. If we lure this pack here, then the opening gambit is clearing the pack downstairs, followed by... No. The opening gambit is clearing... Fuck. Is clearing the entryway. And then once we've cleared the entryway, we go clear that pack. Do we count this as a portion of that? Or not? I think probably not. So, with that being the case, I think that our danger save is unfortunate. No, with our danger save, we haven't cleared the entire entryway. Unfortunately, this save is not going to do the job for us, because with this save, we didn't finish the entire pack. There's a couple enemies that are still here, so this is not a serviceable starting position. Yeah, this is my first save in the dungeon. So, let's see. We're gonna reload to dungeon. We have we basically did a second save for mostly information gathering purposes. And I think that we've gathered the information that we need. But I don't know that my first save is actually serviceable for our needs. The issue is that it's going to take a long time to get a second save like that because breaking into the dungeon is actually really hard. Getting that initial bit is a really tough challenge. So I'm going to go AFK for a second, and then I will come back and I'll figure out whether I'm going to try to do some attempts to get in there or what. I think I'm going to make some. I think I might start some attempts fresh, but I'll be right back. And we back. So, do we make some attempts at this? I think we're gonna make it. I think we're gonna make some attempts. So we're going to load back to Lich Stitch, and we're basically gonna try to break in a bit cleaner, so that we can do what we were just setting up for. So we do this. Okay, we die. And we leak, and we don't love that. Pop back in here. We're going to try this again.
Looks like this one's all right.
Okay, there's a boss in this pack. Die horribly, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Everything's going fine. I really wish that I could jump high enough to jump out this window. That would make my life a little bit easier. I fucked up the movement there badly. I actually got pretty good luck there. The enemies did not kill me on the initial wave of attacks.
All right.
But I fucked up the movement.
I'm badly hurt.
Okay. Yeah. So, the alternative that I could do, because I do feel like we've learned some interesting things about this place. Do I want to put these into practice later? Because this is like a... So, the thing that I need to think about is that I have one save after I have initially broken into the dungeon. Then, the next time I'm able to save is going to be after I've cleared most of the dungeon. Because of the way the dungeon is structured. And right now, I think 3 out of my 5 characters are one-shottable by a standard issue brigand. And I think at least 2 characters are one-shottable by a ruffian. If I could get myself a little bit stronger relative to the enemies in here, just like a little bit of strength relative to the enemies in here would allow me to have that 1 in 5 chance of dying instantly. Harmondale, we're gonna have to kill a bunch of goblins. Let me take. So right now we're gonna be getting up to level 9, actually. So we're actually reaching the point where Might and Magic 7 comes into play again. We have 2 dungeons to clear there. We might actually be able to get ourselves undiseased by them. Though the question is whether that matters. This dungeon right now is one-shotting us. You know what? I think what we're going to do... I think that I like this setup. Because we only have less than an hour left, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to do the thing that's going to allow me to make actual significant progress, which is clearing out the rogue dungeon, right? That will allow me to get that done. It'll also give us a little bit of the map clearance and stuff like that, but that'll allow us to have made significant progress at the end of this session. As opposed to basically just, like, coming to a dead stop about 20% of the way through. And we've gained a lot of information, right? Like, the thing that I most enjoy about, like, playing games in general is, like, learning new tricks, right? I love, like, coming up with little, like, things. And we've learned quite a lot in the process of what we've done so far today, but we haven't made like tangible progress outside of my head, and I'm aware that my viewers are not inside of my head. Right? So I would like to make some progress that is tangible to someone who isn't me. That would be a good idea. So let's clear this out. And where are you? You're all the way at the top of it, I think. Okay, so the Lizard Wizard needs to be taken out. We got that down. With that one down, I think we're mostly safe here. The rogues in this next dungeon will be a problem, but it's a very small dungeon, and even if I can't get enough clearance to do the thing, I can save in there twice without even needing to get in the green. And it's such a tiny... Oh, this is Swift. Oh, that's a concern. I'm going to try to just kill this. We got it? Okay, we're gonna leave. Luckily, the rest of the pack that was coming with it is very weak. It's like tier 1 archers and stuff like that. Nothing of particular threat. I think I'm safe with these. I don't think I'm at risk of getting just obliterated by them, so can save this. And continue on. It's unfortunate that we have to clear out the rest of this map before we can get into the dungeon. I didn't really think that through very well, because it would be preferable to have a bunch of enemies on the map that I could use as fodder to fill up after we've cleared the dungeon, to just kill the exact number that we need. But we'll see. We'll see how much that matters. We got a broadsword. It's pretty useless. And
Very weak.
we have a repair ring. Save the game. And next on our agenda is... we can go pick up this sword, I guess. That's a Plague-born Lizard Wizard. Oh boy. That's a concern. So, if I recall correctly... that one's over there. So some of these are rotating toward me, and others are not. I'm not going to move until these finish arriving. I don't know if these can shoot me from there. It looks like they can, but none of them have actually landed a hit yet, so it's possible that they can't. My concern with moving is that if I move, I might release... One second. Hello? Hello? Okay. Sorry, that was a person that I need to pick something up from today, which I didn't realize. Also, I thought that I had paused the game, and I had not. So we're going to move a little bit to this direction, which might end up screwing us. Okay, those ones are going to be a problem. I should not have moved that direction, I think. Who's shooting me? Oh. Well, that's a problem.
Ow!
Okay. Okay, that's a... Oh, boy. The plague board got released. Okay. So... how do we want to handle that pack? We're going to grab you again. We can just walk in here. The question is, how are we going to get the ones... Oh, wait. If I turn around here, I can potentially hit ones that are on the bridge. That's good to know. Okay, the Plagueborn is over there right now. Which means that it has the potential to just cross the river. Okay, so somebody's attacking me. Where are they? So somebody thinks they have line of sight on me. Okay, those are attacking me from over there. There's nobody attacking me from this side at the moment. Do I just reset this? It's certainly tempting to try to. Let's try to reset this. I'm just gonna run across. We're still okay. We're no longer in the yellow. We're now in the green. So we've cleared out the ones that rotated the one direction. We're now going to save this. We have one more on the bridge. Let's go take it out. And then we need to figure out how to lure these toward us again. Or we just need to ignore them. We could also ignore them for now. Let's see, 20 minutes. I don't think we're going to be able to actually get into that dungeon here because we have a couple of bosses to deal with. Okay, let's just stand here. My thinking is that they're basically going to either rotate this way, which will lead them to rotate into me, or they'll rotate this way, which leads them into that other pack. So we'll basically split the group into two factions. Very similar to the way that we would do polling in vanilla, actually. Where'd you go?
Tis but a scratch.
Okay, there's two on the bridge. I think I can probably dive these. I don't think that I'm in that much of a threatening situation. Okay, perfect. So we're going to go save. Those are not on the bridge, so it'll take them a while to be able to approach. Perfect. Save the game. Now, we clear these two. We have the Plagueborn there.
Ow!
We need to get the Plagueborn to where we want it. What are you? You're a puller. Alright, so let's just go this way. I'm basically just going to pull this whole pack this will give us the ability to confirm for good whether we're just totally safe under here or not. Because I don't think I've ever actually seen anything hit me while I was under here. So it's possible that the only danger is going to come into play when we're trying to leave. It's also possible that once they get really close to me, they can just kill me. Which hasn't come into play much because they don't have a lot of HP. They're very squishy. And they just haven't gotten the opportunity that the boss would. Right? Like, the boss would get an opportunity to attack me. Where the hell did the boss go? It's going fairly well. We got a bunch of cool and interesting information about one of the dungeons that did not result in us clearing the dungeon, but will result in us having a fun and interesting attempt on the dungeon once we are a little stronger, that I think will be a cool way of handling the dungeon. I don't know if it's going to end up being any better than the normal way I would handle the dungeon, if we're being honest, but I think it probably is.
For me.
And whether it's better or not, it'll be a fun thing to make an attempt on. And if we have the jump spell, which in the future we're always going to have the jump spell, we're never going to be like without the jump spell unless I'm doing a really weird run like I'm doing now. So under normal circumstances, I'm going to have the jump spell. Where the hell did that enemy go? Where'd the boss go? Oh, it's still there. I just couldn't see it for some reason. Okay, we've got a bunch of them on us. Let's get back under here, clear these out. Honestly, I might be better off just dealing with the enemies attacking me rather than going all the way under here. Okay, so that did hit me. So we're not fully safe in this location. If enemies come from close by, they can tag me. Okay, I don't see any wizards over here, so we can just tag you, tag you, tag you. Well, that seems like a reasonable thing to do. I don't know what a minor celebrity counts as, honestly. That's not true. With my definition of minor celebrity, I definitely know what I would count as minor celebrity. I would consider every teacher to be a minor celebrity. That's my cutoff point for being a celebrity. Like, it's like everyone in town is like 1 degree removed from you, right? Like that to me is like, on like a local level, that's like the minor celebrity status, is just like every teacher. Because everyone like either has a kid that knows you because you that their kid is in your class, or you taught them, right? So like if you've been teaching in a place for 10 years, then you're definitely a minor celebrity. If you've been there for 20 years, you're definitely a minor celebrity. Like there's plenty of teachers that are not minor celebrities in their town. I would consider them like a major celebrity in their town. Where it's like, oh yeah, everyone in town knows this teacher because this teacher has been, like, by the time a teacher has been in a town for 40 years, everybody knows who they are, right? Because everyone was taught by this one person. Well, that's good. Yeah, YouTube is kind of wild. It's in terms of like identifying 1 degree from Hank Green. Would it being 1 degree from Hank Green mean that you are friends with Hank Green? Isn't that what 1 degree away from him that means? Doesn't that mean you just know them? I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Well, that's cool. It makes sense. I mean, you end up meeting a lot of people that feel like they're very, like, they're a really big deal. And it's like, they're just... I think that one of the things about being, like, sort of like a YouTube celebrity is that it's like, you have to go into the space where you are known in order for anybody to know you, right? With YouTube, so it's like you don't like get the continual like when you go out in public, you're fine. You don't have to worry about like random strangers coming up to you and asking for autographs. You're not constantly reminded of it, which I think is kind of an interesting like component of like online celebrity that is probably healthier, if we're being honest, where it's like it's easy for someone to not realize really how famous they are, because of the fact that like half the people who know them are in India and they're not in India. Right? Like, there's a dynamic there where it's like you can have this enormous audience and only ever see that audience when you are when you're directly exposed to them by the platform itself. And yeah. Okay, so can I get you two to do what I want you to do? But yeah, I do definitely think that celebrity that's mediated by a platform where you're not like a local celebrity, you're like a God damn it, we got diseased.
Ow.
Okay, we're in trouble. Okay, well, we did die. That's probably good for us that we died. We do not want another diseased party member. Though the person who got diseased was the best person to get diseased. I don't know. Oh, does curse overwrite? Okay, I'm actually going to reload for this. We can't have the entire party diseased right now. Unless we're gonna do something crazy and just like walk to Arathia, we cannot deal with the entire party being fucking diseased right now. That's just not the world that I want to live in, and I refuse to live in that world. Okay, can I get, if there's just the one of them, I'm hopeful that I can get it to just rotate to this area and then fight it. Damn it. You are drowning. It was not quite in the position I needed to be in. Yeah, I once got direct messaged by a creator that I follow after I had made like a public comment talking about some like, I was basically arguing with some random people about like, not arguing is a strong word, but I like to use the word argue. It wasn't like a, it wasn't an altercation, but me and some other people were talking about our interpretations of a specific thing, and the like creator of the thing ended up just sending me a DM with some like clarifications of certain things, and it was the most shocking. Like, I woke up in the morning and I had a message from this person that's like, to me, like, very famous, right? They're not like famous in the sense of having a huge following. They are famous in the sense of like, they are a creator I've been following for like a decade and have no personal like relationship to, right? So it's like the most parasocial of parasocial, where it's like, this person has no idea I exist, and I've been following their art for 20 years. Right? It's like, all of a sudden I get a DM from them. I'm like, what the fuck is happening? What is happening? Anyway, that was an exciting and strange thing to have happen. I've also had multiple... I think I've had multiple interactions with Jerry Holkins on Twitter. Like not long conversations, but like back and forth interactions. Which, that to me feels incredibly bizarre, because that's like an actual famous person. It's like, oh yeah, famous people are just like right there. You can just talk to them. I don't know. You can just say hi. That's a thing you can just do. It's a very interesting world we have. Yeah, there was a... I'm trying to remember. One of the conversations I think had to do with like the airlines. And how, like, they've now started doing, like... Or, sorry, not the airlines. It wasn't an airline problem. It was, shockingly, it was actually just Google being Google. But,
I've never seen one.
Ow.
When I was... Shortly after that happened, that being... Basically, Google will now give you... If you're ever traveling, never trust any emails you get from airlines, because they're they're not really the email that the airline sent. It's an AI summary of the email. So if you have Gmail, and if you have anything else probably by this point, just don't trust the emails are actually emails. Look at the very bottom for the email to check whether there's a thing that says this is a summary, but also just ignore the email entirely and check with the website, the company website. You just can't trust your correspondence that's in Gmail now. So I had a flight that got changed, and the information on the flight changed, and they sent me an email informing me. I was like, okay, noted, I got this email, my flight information has changed. It was just like the flight was going to go out a few hours later in the day than I had initially thought. A little bit earlier in the day than I had initially thought, right? And it's like, oh, okay. No, it was that the flight... No, yeah, the flight was going out earlier than I thought. Something like that. And I was like, oh, okay. That's good information to have. Noted. And then months go by, because this is like a return flight off of a 3-month trip. And I go and check my email, and I have a new email from the airline saying, okay, your flight's at this time and blah blah blah. So I go and I look at the email, and it tells me, okay, your flight's at this time. And I'm like, oh, okay, but this is the same time that I thought. This is the time that is before the change, but it's an email that I just got an hour ago, so this has to be correct. Like, the information in this email is the most up-to-date information I have from the airline. So this information has to be correct. I'm not going to worry about it too much, because I've checked it and double-checked it on this, the information that I have here, and it's like, this is the thing. So I am like, okay, I have the correspondence. If they are going to cause a problem, then I have the correspondence that indicates that I'm right and they're wrong and they need to deal with it, right? And I'm saying this on the phone with my wife, and my mom was in the room at the same time, and my wife is just like, it's interesting that you say that. I'm going to check the website. And so she checks the website, and on the website, it's not that time. It's like 4 hours earlier. The flight information has changed. I'm like, but how is that possible? I have flight information from them from right now. And it took some digging for me to find out that the information that I was pulling out of this is that the Playborn? The information I was pulling off of the email was incorrect, because it was an AI summary of my schedule that just was presented to look like it's an email from the airline, because the email from the airline wasn't being shown when I clicked on the email from the airline, because Google is trying to sell this AI bullshit, and so they have to come up with some use case, so they implant it into my email. So I'm thinking I'm looking at an email. I'm looking at an AI summary of my email that I'm not really informed as an AI summary, unless you look at, like, how when you get information from a company, there's like a bunch of errata at the bottom that's just a bunch of legal bullshit that they've sent you that you just ignore, because it's like, why would I need to look at each of the various stipulations about how this company is interacting with you and the blah, 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 right? You don't worry about the corporate errata at the bottom. It's just not relevant. Turns out, in this case, the corporate errata at the bottom isn't from the company that sent me the email, because this isn't an email. It's from Google telling me that this is a fucking AI summary of an email that a different company sent me. And I almost missed my flight as a result of that. Like, I would have missed my flight if I had followed the information there, because, again, the original flight was later in the day. The new flight was earlier. So I would have just missed my flight by a few hours if I'd gone to the airport when I was intending to go to the airport. But, like, it's one of those things where it's like, until you've had that happen to you, Like, the idea that I could have an email from an airline and that email from the airline is incorrect, and it's not the airline's fault that it's incorrect, which it objectively isn't. The airline sent me the correct information. Is crazy, right? Like, they sent me correspondence. Google intercepted the correspondence between me and the airline, made it incorrect, and then gave me the incorrect version of it. So what, am I going to sue Google to get the money back for the airplane that I missed? Because I can't... If I'm working with the airline, I'm not looking to get money out of them. I'm just looking at them to fix the problem. Google can't fix the problem. Google can only be sued for money because Google isn't responsible for the service I'm trying to get. And so there's this issue where it's like, oh, all of a sudden there's this intermediary company that can fuck with your data in a way that makes it so that this information that you assumed was trustworthy simply isn't. And it's not the people who sent the information's fault. It's really just mind-boggling. Like, it was such a problem that was crazy. Anyway, this happened to this has happened to many people. And so I had like a brief interaction with Jerry Holkins about that because it happened to Kiko. And anyway, I did a PSA at some point about this as well. But it's something that people just need to bear in mind is that in the age of like this AI grift that's going on with tech companies, they're going to try to find usage cases for AI that are bad usage cases that will hurt you. And you need to not trust any information that you see ever, because there's a decent chance that any of it is fake. This is the world that we live in now, where a random AI could be hallucinating at any given time, and knowing for certain that that's not what's happening at this exact moment is going to continuously get harder and harder and harder until the AI bubble crashes, right? Until the AI bubble crashes and people and like these companies, stop using it, you won't be able to trust your email because it's just going to be randomly replaced with a fake version of the same email from Google, right? So like stuff like that's going to keep happening, and it's going to keep getting worse until the bubble bursts, right? Like stuff like the crypto bubble is like a non-factor for like the average person. The average person is not hurt by the crypto bubble unless they specifically fall for the scam, right? You have to buy into the scam, which there's a huge amount of money going into getting people to buy into the scam, right? It's not like it doesn't affect any normal people, but there's at least like some level of buy-in where you know that you're involving yourself with this tech scheme, whereas with the new one, with the AI tech scheme, this new bubble, this is a scam that hits everybody, right? It makes it so much harder to find real information. If you're trying to Google to like find like what a thing looks like, right? If you Google like penguins, how many of the results are real penguins? How many of them are AI? How many of them are other types of art that aren't AI, which you immediately would be able to recognize? Like, if you Google like concept art for a character or something like that, there's a non-zero chance that you're not getting concept art for that character. You're just getting an AI fake version of the concept art for the character that's getting pushed by Google. Like the amount of just fake stuff that's out there now is just mind-boggling, and it's not all in places that you would expect to see it, where it's like if you Google something, you know that most of what you're looking at is bullshit that was put out by AI, right? Like most of the news articles that you would look at are not written by a person, they're written by AI, right? Like, if you go to Google, you search for any random thing, huge portion of the stuff that you're getting information on is just going to be some, spat out AI garbage, right? And you know that. You can tell just by looking at it. But then sometimes when you're looking at, like, template emails, that is like, hey, a template email seems like the kind of thing that, AI could do, right? If you just think of it as like, oh, this is a simple communication thing, it's like, oh yeah, well, since it's a simple communication thing, AI can probably do that. And they can, in the sense that they can make it look like a real email. The aesthetics of a template email are easy to nail. It's easy to make something look like it's supposed to look. The problem is that AI hallucinates all of the information in the email. All the information in the email is hallucinated by the AI, which means that you can't trust the information in the template. So it's like, okay, this looks like a real thing, but it's not a real thing. And since it's not actually a real thing, it gets a lot harder to know what the hell is going on, because you now have things that look real but aren't. Yep, it's a problem. It's a real problem. Okay, so we get two shot by the rogues. We get two shot by the rogues. We have 10 minutes left. Do we want to finish clearing the exterior? I don't want to finish clearing the exterior, actually. I want to keep, again, I want to keep that available to me as an option. So, since I don't want to clear the exterior, I just realized I have 24 food now. Where did I get the extra food? $24 food would give me the ability to save twice during the initial burst, and then also save... Well, but how much experience do I have now? I mean, I don't have that much. We've barely gotten any experience doing this. Do we want to... Do we want to try it? So we'd basically be able to save twice getting the actual opening done. So we could do the initial clear, and then we could clear... I think that's what we want to do, maybe. I like the idea of doing that. So I think on Friday, we're not going to be streaming this on tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to be doing Words of Chaos. We're going to be doing a different thing. But I think on Friday we're actually going to jump back into the Dragoon Stronghold because we do have enough food. My one concern about that is that I will get exhausted. However, I can just train. So I think that's what we should do. And I'm going to go over here, and we're going to save right next to the training thing, so that I remember that I need to train before we head in there. I think this will be good. Identification, expertise, expert disarm. Where's Gabe? Castle Stone, yes. Okay. So, we're going to save this, and I think I'm just going to end a little early, because I don't have anything else to do. You know what? Let's do a little inventory management, actually. That seems like a reasonable thing to do. Let's... Do I need these swords? Yes, I do, because I'm gonna be eventually... I probably don't need this stuff, so we can sell this armor that we have, which... Oh, expert swordsmanship is here.
Finest armor in
Oh, right, expert thinger is as well. Is expert axe is apparently here. They're right in the doorway. Ooh, 8 arms master. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Pretty good. I'm gonna get rid of this. I don't think I need it. Let's see. You. I'm just gonna toss this. I don't have to worry about it. All right. Let's go to the weapons store.
Finest weapons in the land.
You will sell this, sell this. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be real rough dealing with... I don't... 3D 15 plus 16. I don't think I'm going to use this. We're going to get rid of this. This is... It's got 29% earth resistance. I don't have good bows yet, so we'll hold on to that. Unarmed skill on a club is very funny. Okay, we have a warrior's gemstone ring. This is pretty solid, actually. We have... Whoa, that is 40, 15 plus 21. Let's... Okay, this is substantially weaker. Yeah, okay.
Finest weapons.
T35, okay. This is a one-handed axe. I should check if this is better. It probably is not. This is probably not better in my offhand. 44 plus 3. 35 plus 5. Okay.
Finest weapons in the land.
Tossing it. Gonna toss this as well, though that might have actually been a slight upgrade over something that I have. Not gonna worry about it.
Come again.
Okay, let's go to this. This is fire resistance, intellect, might, and endurance. Let's throw that on to Elvis. Elvis has fallen behind in terms of appropriate durability gear. So let's give you this, and we will give you this. Because it's 306 max HP, which is pretty decent. 12 speed and accuracy. We can throw this. Accuracy, luck. Slap this on you. Int and personality and a shit ton of SP that we really just don't need. And I guess we'll throw this on you because we can. And let us do a Gigasword. I'm going to be excited to finally get all of my expertise and masteries and things like that that let me actually equip everything, because being able to get rid of all the useless swords that I have will be nice. I could hypothetically do the comparisons without having that. It's 12 to all stats and 44 luck. Let's do that. I think that's it. Okay, so this can go
There's no
to
room.
you. This will just be
There's no room.
a nice durability boost. This is a power increase. Vitality drop. We don't really have the ability to justify dropping our vitality right now, but we will hold on to that for now. We have Firebolt available. We don't need to worry about that. We have, I think, mostly resolved our inventory situation. So, yeah, I think that's going to be it. Yeah, I think that's it for today. So, thank you everyone for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure. I hope to see you again tomorrow when we'll be doing the demo for Words of Chaos. I'm anticipating that we'll be able to just like finish that in just one stream, and because it's the demo, right? So we'll be doing that because they've got some new stuff that they've been coming out with, and then on Friday we will be doing more of this. So on Friday I think we'll be able to utilize the information that we got alongside a very long duration before we have to worry about weakness, because we can train and then head straight there. So we'll have a long time to worry about it. We'll have 2 saves to do the opening, and then we'll have 2 saves after we have cleared out enough that we can get into the green somewhere in the dungeon. And then we have unlimited saves once we get to 70%. This will, I think, allow us to bridge the gap that we have in efficacy right now. I think that we're going to be able to make it work. I think it's going to be great. So that's it for today. Later, folks.